Alrighty. The fucking... There we go. Alright. Hello, and welcome back to some creative, dumb stuff. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Alright. You're looking her hideous as ever. Thanks. How was my yesterday? My yesterday was spent like 90% asleep. I'm gonna be honest. I've been very fucked up recently, and I don't know quite what's going on. I'm gonna be calling my doctor later this week, but yeah, no, I ain't had much time to do anything at the moment outside of sleeping. I've been trying to get a little bit of stuff done, but yeah. I haven't gotten shit done. At all. Oh, there we go. Also, hey you devil, how's it going? Am I still alive? That's up for debate. That's kind of the problem. Notice that indie word is missing I. Wait, is it? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Fix that. This is what happens when I speedwrite things, which probably means it's the same in a couple of other videos. Because a few of these were copy-pasted. Oh yes, that's right. That's why I don't use playlists for the music, because it breaks. I just try and find long ones. Sure, we'll just go with that. There we go. Alright. Still in pain from the tooth? A little bit. It's not too bad. Not the tooth specifically. For the most part, the cut inside my mouth as well is healed up. Which I think was like part of the main issues as well, is that basically it led to infections. The tooth's still not doing well. It's moved to the side a lot. Which is just, again, evidence to the fact that I will very likely have to get it removed, which I cannot do right now. Because, yeah. Someone decided to apply debuff, causing pain equal to roll dice every hour. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not envious of that at all. Shit's fucked. But yeah, no. I'm hoping that today I will have a little bit more energy though. And be able to actually do some shit, because that's the problem I've been having. As I've just felt like I'm not even doing things at the moment. And if anyone's ever told you how workaholics, like, brains function, the moment you are slightly unproductive, you just have this massive negative spiral. Even if it's not, like, actual unproductive, and it's like you're taking a break and resting and you get a little bit of work done, oh, I didn't get enough work done today, I'm the worst thing ever. That's basically one of the issues at the moment. So I got some shit that I need to sort out with that. That's why I said, like, there's a chance I might be contacting my doctors later to see if there's something they can suggest, because this has been going for a week now. Isn't that your typical life thing, to shit on yourself for resting? Yeah. It is the typical life thing, but that's why I say, like, workaholic mentality is you can be fairly productive, but you're not productive enough. And that's already a nightmare. The moment you take any time off, or are not feeling productive, you have, like, this jarring experience of both of the two parts of your brain fighting. Like, if I'm not working, I'm not feeling happy with myself, because I'm not feeling like I'm doing stuff, and I feel like I need to do stuff. So that's why it's like, it's really bad at the moment. I'm having a fair negative spiral. I guess it's also probably why I enjoy games that do end up turning into, like, work a little bit. Or at least methodical and do stuff. Star Rail still kind of fits that category, it's just very light on what I need to do. And it doesn't require excessive active participation. I say that, I had to actually take control and not auto fight, like, one of the endgame things recently. Literally yesterday, I was finishing off some stuff, and I had to, like, do it manually because of the pacing of everything. Which, by the way, can I stress, the difference between auto battle Casterus and manual battle Casterus is insane. She is a very strong character generally. The auto system uses her in one of the worst ways possible, and she still clears a lot of content. You take her manually, you will output an insane amount of damage. Your resting satisfies your audience, and that's actively good for the channel. True, I know. Again, it's one of those... Welcome to how my brain works. I can fully logically tell you, yes, I need to take breaks. I probably should take more than I do. Like, that's why I tried to have Wednesday and Sundays normally as, like, Wednesday is working on cleaning, on, like, house tasks, stuff like that, right? I mean, what? Yeah. Like, that's what that day is, so it's a work day still, but it's kind of not. It's not the same, it's a very different, so it helps, break things up. But Sundays, I try my damnedest to go, like, I am going to play a game. I'm here to play games, watch videos, watch anime, something. That's nothing to do with what I do. Play around with magic stuff, I don't know. The problem is, the last, like, while, that's not been the case. I do a bit of work on Sundays. This week especially, Wednesday ended up being a lot of work. That was a problem. Well, I mean, not a lot of work. It was a stream. Blah, but hey. Playing games / watching such also work, gives you topics to yap about. I mean, that's the other thing as well, is like, I think I take everything like that. So I take things all so seriously. I don't know, I just need to... I'm gonna need to go for, like, a walk today. Like, just to, like, help reset a little bit. That would be nice to do. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Touch 10 trees, pretty much. Alright, where is my fucking tablet? There it is. Oh god, my cables are really fucked up from yesterday still. My controller cables are all over the place. Plan for right now? I mean, technically no plan, right? That's kind of the point of today. I do want to do a little bit of work on some of the card game stuff, because I've been writing more on that. And I want to work further on that GDD. Is that music Toho? No, the music is battle themes and such from Octopath Traveler Champion of the Continent, which is a game that I have been recommended to be. I just kind of wanted a little bit more energy in the music today, because... So, okay. Can we just talk about, for a very quick moment, how there is a lot of music I would love to listen to on stream, and especially when doing, like, work like I will be doing, that I can't, like, at all. Because the music I listen to when doing work has normally... There's two different ways I do it, right? It's, one of my favorite playlists was like a piano-esque rendition of a bunch of anime music, but I can't do that obviously, so it's piano covers. And then the other stuff is really high energy, stuff like Vocaloid, Ado, stuff like that, right? I love listening to that while I'm working. I wanted to send some cool pictures of me at an abandoned train station and a video of me messing with things there, but I realized that it's a character spot in town, so anyone would realize where I live from some Google search. Yeah, it does end up like that quite a bit. I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of in that mixed category of there's certain information I don't give because that's the last little bit of information you would probably need to figure out who I am, find my information, and yada yada yada. But I've said where I live, roughly. But that's because I've been very cautious about other key details I've removed. The fact that my full name is known is enough to make me be cautious about certain things. Right? Like, if it's possible to find out my full name, then I have to ensure that I hide certain other data. I've given the data of where I live. Okay, I have to hide a lot more core data. That's why I leave certain things quite ambiguous. Tame to tame. It's best not to dox oneself. Yeah, that's true, but like, that is a little less problematic, I would argue, than like giving straight away where you are, because again, it's kind of like Think of it like this. Every piece of information you give is the ability to triangulate your location, right? Which is why there's certain things I don't give, which means that I can get away with not having to say that. Or like never giving that last little piece to triangulate. You can get a real good rough estimation where I am, but like it's pretty much no greater than like literally the city I live in, which is information that I've given. You probably can't get further than that easily. Nor is that an attempt to tell people to try, by the way. Yeah, by the way, this is the game design document for the card game, in case you've been curious as the progress and changes to it. This is the updated one that I've been working on. I know some of y'all care about narrative. Narrative is, yeah, that's the narrative mainly. I'll say this openly. Narrative is not a huge concern to me. Narrative is a way to ground the whole thing together, right? So there is a story. There will be a progressive story, there will be efforts to make world building, but it's enough so, like, the cards make sense. I'm probably not going to go all hyper grand with it, but it's because the point of the gameplay is to focus more on you describing your own unique narratives. In a sense. Gonna triangulate your ass like a Minecraft stronghold. Do you think what would be the resource you'd have to require to throw in the air to find him instead of Eyes of Ender? What would be Devil's item? But yeah, no, so the main narrative of the game is very much kind of a focus on, like, so there's Dragon, Titans, Leviathans, they rule over Sky, Earth, and Oceans respectively. These factions can often fight, like quarrel, fight for dominance. The Elders are the leaders of these factions, and so, one of them being, like, the All-Dragon, which is basically the progenitor of dragons. It's the dragon. It's all dragon. That's, what do you expect? The other factions, like the smaller factions that aren't these three main ones, will learn their magics and their powers and everything, and part of their culture from these larger factions. And sometimes they might learn from multiple ones. And, like, they develop a culture and traits and effects relative to some of that sort of stuff. Which is why, like, elements are very clear for that thing. That sort of thing. Some of them will have refined them specific ways, so they might be more efficient, but they might be more specialized, so on and so forth. Talking about being off topic, what an old pick. Sure. Go for it. But yeah, that's what I wrote here. It's just kind of like, this is largely for cosmetic and cohesive design. However, it is used for in the process of informing the final card designs. This in part functions much like the description of what elements are tied to what types of mechanics. This will be something further developed after more is understood about the gameplay. Now, what I mean by that is if we go to elements, you'll see here, Dark has underneath it House Loss, Stealing, Drain, Opponent Discard, Sacrificing. Holy has health gains, buffs, defensive actions. Nature has Mana Gain, Poison, Summoning, Protection. Fire has very damage, removal, aggro. Aqua is very control, mana reduction, buffs, self-discard. And Arcane is very draw, negation, and discovering effects. Oh. God damn. Hell yeah, Shippy. Oh. Oh god, that's set my brain on a very different track. Okay. Yeah, no, good off-topic stream. Whee. Oh. I mean, much better legs than me. Mine are just like very toned muscle at this point. I'm very negative about my own body image sometimes. I gotta chill the fuck out with that. I mean, you wanna... Wait. How easy would it be to show a photo of my legs? I need to probably... It's quite hard, because I've got fucking... sweaties on. And they won't roll up far enough, because these ones are, like, really fucked up. Because I typically, again, I wear sweaties, I wear slightly baggy shirts, and I like to wear, like, baggy jerseys. At the moment, admittedly, I'm wearing a singlet constantly because we're starting to get into hotter weather. And, I'll start wearing shorts again soon. Like, very likely, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some streams I turn up and it's just me in a singlet and shorts again. If that. God, summer can be rough sometimes. I'm definitely going to need to, like, potentially get a fan. Wait. My phone's... Charge. One of these days I'll get a new charger. Do I? You know what? Here's an easy way for me to get a photo of my legs. It's not like you guys can see. Oh, there we go. And then I'm gonna have to borrow the phone for a moment so the model's gonna stop moving. Let me take a photo. I don't care about low battery. So there's, take that one. We'll take that one. There we go. And we'll send those to myself. Alright. And now you capture me again. There we go. And now I put my pants back on. Also, hey, you sweep. Alright, there we go. Y'all want to see legs? Y'all get to see legs. This is literally, I just took these. This is what I was doing. In case you were wondering what I mean by, like, toned muscle. It's just that. Also hair. There is a lot of hair involved. No, you don't get toes for free. I'd made sure that that wasn't on. You gotta pay for that. There you go. For free? Yeah. Get legs for free, not toes for free. I know my fucking limits. But there you go. That's like... That's leg and thigh shit. Like, big old muscle. Here, you know what? In case... let's see. Copy... There we go. I'll send them directly to you, Shippy. Greedy streamer wanting money for the toes, exactly. What you're working on right now? I was just kind of showing generally what we've done, what I've put in here. So this is the new stuff that I've added in. Is the last couple of days I wrote in some of the spells and some of the artifacts in here. With sandwich, I mean what? Exactly. To be fair, I probably have really good thighs for being sandwiched if you kind of like that muscly sort of thing, right? Like, I've actually got really decent thigh size. It's like, below knee is really, really lean, but very muscly. Above knee is still quite muscly, but definitely on the thicker side. Which is the big stuff. Like, ironically enough, okay, not wanting to be that person, but I do have a good dumpy. So, like, it is all about, like, a very nice flow of everything. Onions, raw fucking onions. You just gotta throw raw onions in the sky and they'll eventually lead you towards devil. That makes sense. Probably zoom this in so it's a bit easier for you all to read as well. I did write up a couple new artifacts as well, which are fun. My boss is talking about how nice his thighs are, and I agree with him. What should I do? Or his hell yeah. Onions would locate any Polish person? Fair. Oh, dude, yeah, never fight, like, really good geoguessers. They'll find your location immediately. But no, so, one of the things, like, I've been playing around with for ages, and I only wrote it down here, right? I kind of want to add a rarity system to these artifacts, because, for example, right, and I'm sure you guys can kind of agree with this, the ones that have the stone in the title of it, they're really fucking strong. Like, these effects are probably, like, your top-end effects that you should not go above for an artifact level. In fact, some of them are probably stronger than others. Because they're just silly. Bloodstone is an insane effect. Bloodstone is the... You can obtain it, but it's also the reward for the blood ritual, or the rite of blood. And it's basically, you can kind of probably win the game off of that. Which is basically, so the idea of Bloodstone is when you would lose health, so the phrasing on this is not great, but I will change it later, right? But like, when you would lose life from one of your effects, so, a card, a cast effect, anything like that, you would instead deal that damage to a random enemy. So, if someone wants a good example of this, by the way, there is the Priest Tourist legendary creature in Hearthstone that kinda does this mechanic. Where basically on your turn, when you would lose life, deal that much damage instead to a random enemy. It'll fling the damage at someone, stuff like that. Which is why that deck's one of my favorites, because you just draw your entire deck. You control the board, you just draw stuff, you enable it, and then you just draw like a shitload of fatigue damage and kill the opponent. It's not a bad deck. It got really good, and it was very try-hardy. So, I'm not happy about it in some regards with that, but hey. I have a card idea, again, for the undead. Make a weak, flimsy zombie creature that has taunt, and when it gets killed, it puts on the board scattered limbs that are like 0/1s. We have something similar to that. I could probably do something like that quite easily. But like the other stones as well, like Echo Stone is fucking insane. In the right deck, admittedly. This is probably one of the more situational ones. Non-temporary cards that didn't start in your deck have Echo. Which, reminder, Echo is when you would cast it, it leaves a basic version of the card, a temporary version of it in your hand. So it basically means you can't infinitely echo off of it, but it means that you have to be discovering cards quite frequently. But that could get really silly really quickly. Alright, there we go. So that one's a cool one that I do quite like. Trapstone's one that, I haven't done any traps yet. I do need to start working on some traps. Where it's like, basically it's when you would shuffle a trap into the opponent's deck, shuffle twice that amount. Emerald Stone's fucking insane. So here's an example, by the way, of kind of power level. So there's an Emerald Gem and an Emerald Stone. This is how you should kind of see the gapping of power. An Emerald Gem, I consider, is really solid. Like, this is a very good effect, which is that you just start with an extra +1 mana at the beginning. So instead of starting with 1 mana, you start with 2. That is huge. I'm sure anyone can understand why being able to start ahead of the curve permanently is really good. Right? Emerald Stone takes that another step. Tentacle Trap? Probably, though. Tentacle Trap would be a funny one. Emerald Stone is just when you would gain max mana, gain twice that amount. And that's a shitload. There's something like that in Hearthstone too, right? Gaining max mana? Yes, there's not... In base, there's not something that just gives you max mana at the start of battle in the normal late game. Because it would be too strong. There is ramp in the thing, but... it just basically, yeah, you start with 2 mana. It's insane. But yeah, no, Druid is a good example in Hearthstone for, like, they just have spells that go, like, oh, get 1 maximum mana, get 1 empty crystal, get whatever. I have to be better at phrasing in this, because some of the times I want them to have an empty mana, that you gain, which is what I think, I wrote down with the sprite here. When summoned, gain 1 empty mana crystal. I don't want to call them crystals. I don't know what I want to call them yet, but whatever. So again, doubling this means that it would double this effect as well. So it means that if you had an emerald gem and an emerald stone, you start the game with 4 fucking mana. Which means that you're able to place cards that you would have to take 4 turns to play normally. And on top of that, it is a lot. Like, it means that the next turn you'll have 6 mana, potentially, and then 8 mana, and then it's like, that's how it escalates. It's whenever you would gain that kind of stuff, you just get way more. You spend bricks to play? Maybe? I don't know, like, it's... like, there's a part of my head that kind of wants to call them mana notes, but I don't quite think that's right. I could just call it energy, but I don't know if I like that either. Because energy would work, because again it follows through with like, oh, it's the energy for storytelling. There's also the reason why the mana ramps up is like a story should ramp up, right? Because keep in mind, again, the shorthand of how this game is you're playing as a storyteller. And the game is about you telling a tale. Right? Literally, the characters are called, like, the player characters are called tellers. The primary thing you have that you build your deck around is called a legend, and the run is called a saga, right? Like, it's a list of all of the tales that you would tell. And it's trying to write the saga to be immortalized. That's kind of your idea. Hands, feathers, some of your scribe. Yeah, like, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's why I'm just like, there's a couple of ideas. That's why I almost wanted to say, like, mana notes, because it's like, it's almost kind of like it's a, the writing of it? I don't know. Inspiration points? No, that doesn't seem right. Scribe, ink. Ink sounds possibly more along the lines, but like, yeah, maybe. Because, like, the other point of it is that I do kind of want to have nature feel alongside it, right? So, I kind of want it to feel very natural-esque, what your resources. Because again, so just to reiterate, nature is typically your ramp orientated colors. I think it's even up here is, yeah, mana gain, right? So I'm gonna keep that the same. I'm not doxing myself exactly. Pages? The problem I have with the pages, right, and this is kind of what I've been thinking on with it, is it's like, are you indicating then that it's like, this is how many pages you get, like, per time, per session that you're writing? Is literally like doing the Emerald Stone build, you turn into fucking Seven King? And you just start writing novels, like, aggressively and constantly, and you just produce them, like, fucking weekly? This game goes, the more you write. Yeah, like, that's what I'm like, it's... I don't think I'm gonna be able to decide on it today. Right, like, I'm pretty sure we can kind of say that. It's just, that's why I'm like, thanks for the ideas, because it is actually helping me think about it. It's hard to, like, get a good, solid idea of what I want. Because realistically, most cases, I shouldn't have to tell you what it is as well. Your brain should be able to, like, self-explanatory deal with it. That's why I'm like, I'd also like to stick to something that's kind of on the basic side. Because, like, that's why, again, mana makes sense, right? Because mana is something that your brain can go, it's a resource, it's used to doing the casting, doing the spells and stuff like that. Which, there's an argument to be made, spells shouldn't be called spells, spells should be called something else, right? Because we've got creatures, which there's an argument that could be fine, but spells could potentially be called something different. Again, welcome to, like, the problem with cohesive game design. Tropes? God, no, that's going really far off the reserve at that point. But yeah, no, going back to the point, those stones, Tidal Stone, your cards cost 1 less, Blazing Stone, your creatures have Russia, which is insane. Dragon Eye Stone, dragons you summon gain 1 random dragon blessing. Quickening Stone, at the start of battle, summon one of your legends. Just for free. Most of the self-explanatory things are misunderstandable, however. It's very hard to find a good balance. Yeah, that's why I'm like, mana seems good outside of the fact that it doesn't quite make sense for a storyteller to use mana to tell their tale. That's why I was saying earlier, like, energy would probably make more sense. I don't know, strike gold with the plot points. I wouldn't call the resource plot points. I would possibly call something else plot points, but not resources like that. It's also similar to energy. Yeah, actually, it's not a bad suggestion. I don't know if it will, like, transpose well saying you gain 1 creativity. Double the creativity you gain. There'll be a slight learning curve to that, right? Like, I'm thinking it's probably gonna be energy long term. Probably should just have it as energy for now. Because that works. PP is the shortened version. No, we're not doing PP. No, not again. I want to get sued by fucking Pokemon as well. Because who fucking knows, they'll goddamn copyright shortening something to the word, the acronym PP. And then they'll come after my ass. But yeah. I think energy works. No, so you were saying earlier about the zombie that falls apart into different things. I do have... We have Corpse Pile. And then we also have the Treant Protector. That kinda do similar stuff, which is why I'm like, we could do it. It wouldn't go amiss. I just need to not keep doing too much of the same stuff. I do need to diversify the idea. Is that not illegal now? True, true. I am summoning creatures to fight. It reminds me, Sweeb, I did want to mention one thing that, like, I did see as a question, like, a question of, stuff that you put forward. It was kind of, it spanned a couple of your questions, and I found it a very fascinating kind of point to, like, make sense of, because it was important to think about, because I wouldn't have thought about it, right? Which is, like, what games does this take inspiration from specifically? What games are relevant for its development process? And, like, stuff like that. Because one of the questions you posed was around the Amalgam class. Or the Amalgam origin. So, fun thing for everyone in case they're wondering. There is 2 origins, which are basically their species, that have unique mechanics to them. All the rest don't. Shapeshifter is just literally that it has every origin, basically. It counts as every origin. Right? That's just easy enough to understand. Amalgam's a bit unique, right? So Amalgam is that, this has the origins of all of the creatures on the board, not just your own, and those in your deck, specifically. So you asked the question with this, it's like, do you know what the other creatures are? I'm not trying to spam, here in chat also, because I want to go in a while. Yeah. No, I understand. I'll be quick about this one because this one's one of like the important points. The game should look a lot like Hearthstone-esque, Magic-esque Legends of Runeterra. There might be mechanics where a card will not be revealed, but they will specifically not influence the amalgam then, but they will be very specific mechanics. The rest of the time, it is fully assumed you can see everything on the board. That is the best way to think about it, is Hearthstone-esque energy. Or Magic, again. Magic's a great example, because Magic has unique mechanics like Morph and Manifest Dread and stuff like that, where the card will be face down, but they will be replaced by something else, theoretically, right? They'll be replaced by the Morph thing, which is the 2/2, or the Disguise thing, or the all of that sort of stuff. That's kind of the idea with how that will work. I clearly do need to make a better effort of expressing that, which I did try and do with this section here, the gameplay vision. On the board and nothing more, but Amalgam says on the board and in your deck, so... Yeah, so it's your deck. It's not their deck. So it's all of the board, none of their deck. So it will yoink from their creatures. It will take the information from their creatures of things, take the information from yours, and then take the information from your deck. That is the idea. So it's synergistic with your own deck, but it's also potentially anti-synergistic with the opponent's deck. That is the idea. Amalgams are also going to be fairly rare, I'm going to be honest. And they're going to be, like, very control-orientated most of the time, I think. But it's the idea, it's like, it's them gathering up the amalgamation of the things around them, right? Yeah, so I hope that kind of helps explain that a little bit. But yeah, like, that was why I was saying, like, the question of, like, what games to look at and stuff like that, I actually think that was a really good question. I'm still trying to get a good answer for that. I think Magic Arena is probably the main one. And looking at Hearthstone Duels, which sadly enough you cannot play anymore because it no longer exists. Because that was a huge informative point of how I kind of would approach the two things. Hearthstone's PvE content might get you there from, like, the Dalaran stuff onwards. Like, Heist of Dalaran. But I know that I think some of those you actually have to, like, put a currency towards. Which is the problem. So, I can potentially see about something around that. At some point. But it's like Dalaran Heist, the Deserts one, I can't remember, or Doom, I think it was, and Rise of Galakron. Like, those are probably the key ones I use for informing my ideas. Which is basically just 1 year's worth of content, when they did, like, a massive narrative story. Which I still think is one of their best, like, expansions they ever did. Like, a lot of expansions. Is they did 3 expansions all interconnected very cleanly. The balance was a bit touch and go at some times, but, like, overall, I think the gameplay was not too bad during that time. To be fair, I actively played bad decks during that time, and still won games, so I don't know. That was back when I feel like Wild Hearthstone wasn't so bad as well, and you could play, like, sillier decks, which was fun. It was, like, kind of when you could still play whatever you wanted in Wild, and not, like, as hyper optimized energy. I don't know. There were some moments that were pretty bad though. You're just that good? Fuck, no, I'm not that good. No, okay, that's one of those ones where I'm like, I want to say I'm good at card games, and I have evidence to back it up, but it doesn't stop me from, like, still going, I'm not amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, like, have you guys heard of the game called Flux? Flux is a great example of, like, if I'm good at card games or not. Flux is a fucking hysterical card game. So this is a physical card game, by the way. Where basically the literal joke of it is that the rules are in flux. How this game works... I love this game so much. How this game works is there's basically, there is, how do I describe it best? There's different types of cards, right? And you have goals, you have actions, you have creatures and your rules, actions, creatures, goals. You put down a goal, and now that's the goal for everyone, and it replaces the previous goal. Oh, there's also surprises. They're very active cards. But like the idea is that basically to achieve a goal, you need to have the creatures on your side of the battlefield that are those. And then you can change the rules of the game, because the base rules are you can you can draw one card at the start of your turn and play one card. Or you have to draw one card and that. And there is no max hand size. The key wording on that is the fact that, yeah, there are some things that will give you a max hand size. There's one that's like max hand size of 7. There's one that's max hand size of 1. And all people are affected by that. Now, yeah, my favorite is Starflux, because it is just filled with, like, sci-fi references, and it's fucking hysterical. There's also technically one other type, and it's I can't remember what they're called. They're basically, there's 3 of them in the deck, and they stop you from winning the game. They're kind of like curses, in a sense. They're creatures that negatively influence your game quite a lot. I absolutely love this game, and I would love to get a copy of this again, specifically Starflux. But this game, by the end of it, I would probably win about 80-90% of the games I would play. Jokers, kind of, the mechanic for them, for example, in Starflux is that it's like, oh, it's brain parasite, right? I think I actually saw it there quickly. If I go look at these images, yeah, you can see brain parasite is here. This is one of the things. When this enters, you immediately, like when you draw this card, you immediately have to play it to the field. You draw a card in replacement, and the brain parasite, for example, will attach to an organic keeper, is what they're called. Keepers are the creatures, basically. So, for example, expendable crewmate. He is he is an organic, so he would get the brain parasite. It goes on to one of yours. You get to choose if you have more than one. And for example, here, this is actually some of the cards from it. There's the time traveler. There's expendable crewman, the doctor, the engineer, the captain, the scientist. Which, by the way, like, engineer is very clearly Kaylee from Firefly. You've got a holographic projection, which is from Star Wars. You've got the robot, which is very clearly from thing. You've got fucking several of these are very Star Trek-esque. Time Traveler is very clearly Doctor Who, which is one of the goals to win the game is you have the Doctor and the Time Traveler on there, and I think the goal's literally called Who, Doctor, When. Yeah, there's a goal that's 42, and it requires the Intergalactic Travel Guide and the computer to win. Which the computer's an insane one. Power of the Dark Side actually has one of these creepers, which are the bad things. That's one of the win cons that you would have for those specifically, which requires you to have, it's like unseeable force or something like that, which it's the force. You don't need a higher explanation than that. Yeah, no, this is, honestly, it's an amazing game. I love this game. So that is an example of, like, why I say I'm arguably quite good at card games, because I can win that sort of stuff really well, because I just play from resources. That's why I have fun with it. Game sounded fun. It's a really fun game. Like, I would love to play more of it again. It's such a good time, because the best part with that game is you can be done in, like, 5 turns, or you could, like, you can be done in 5 minutes, or you could be done in an hour as well. Like, the games can drag on forever. Up until, like, someone starts being, like, really, really smart about it. I got a feeling you could very easily screw people over for win or fun. I mean, win, fun, both. On the other hand, I'm bad at card games because I do not think about strategy. It's like, it's a mixed bag with me because, like I said, I'm really good at planning around what's available, what's there, and, like, figuring out all that stuff. Again, keep in mind that, like, I used to card count when I would go to gambling places. So, like, that is what I will do. And in fact, that's one of the things that the people that played with me started noticing, is that, like, I would take very slow actions sometimes, and they're like, why are you not going for the win? And I'm like, and then one of the people that I played with the most would actually turn around one time and go straight up, it's because he doesn't have this in his hand. Like, it's saying a name of a card. Or saying, like, it's the surprise for this. And they're like, how do you know that? It's like, because he's playing around someone else having it. We've not seen it in the game so far. It's still either in the deck or in one of our hands. He is playing around it. And he is setting it up so you cannot deal with it. And I kind of looked at that person like, damn, I'm getting red at this point. The best part is they're like, yeah, I can read that. Doesn't mean I could do shit about it, because you're just gonna, like... And then I take an action that basically means I can go find the exact counter for me. Find if it's in the deck or not. It's in the deck. I've got it in my hand. Now people can't stop me. Like, that is exactly how I played. That's why I'm like, yeah, I understand a lot of people play with, like, the go with the flow energy, and, like, they play to what they can, yada yada yada. It's like, no, I'm the kind of person that will, like, actively try and seek out information when I can. Like, I will, if I'm going for the win and I don't have a win con in my hand, like, if I don't have the counter to the win con in my hand, it's probably because I have more than one win condition available of the same sort of thing. Control player, right? I mean, all sorts. There's, like, oh god, I fucking love... I'm trying to think. One of my favorite games was a game that I started and I had all 3 creepers on the board on turn 1. Literally, my base hand had 2 of them, and my first draw was one of them. It was the last one. So I started the game with 3 of them, and I'm like, this gonna be a hard game for me. RNG does not like me today. But it's like that and Settlers Catan are the 2 that board games I loved playing the most. God, I would love to play Settlers again. No one would want to play Settlers with me though. Oh. God, I miss that. I think the problem I have, and this is something I do with Commander still, is I actively play up the bad poker face stuff. So if I get a card that I'm happy about, I will actually show it on my face. Or at least somewhat, unless I'm getting like a little bit more serious. And that's when I'm just, like, I will just take my actions. That's when you need to be scared, is that when I draw a card, and I'm not, like, being comedic in any capacity. You sound like someone who would play the campaign of North Africa. I, honestly, if I found the right people to play it with, I would. Non-joking. I would. If someone hooked me up with Veil Fisk, he could torture me with some of his shit any day. Like, that game sounds awful to play, but, like, also really fun. Awful equals fun in my book. I don't know, like, I love strategy games. I really love strategy games. There's a reason why I'm actively still constantly watching, my watch list for, Endless Legend 2. It's fucking 4 days away. It's next Tuesday it comes out. Which they've said that it's not going to be coming out with multiplayer initially, which is kind of sad, but I get it. Also, can I just say, so I am going to call them out on something, right? I think this is an important thing to talk about. So this is like their last kind of FAQ. And I have looked at this, and I meet, like, this kind of range. I can play this at, like, there. Fairly easily. No, you wanna know the thing that I cannot fucking understand? And I would love for someone to explain to me why this is the case. Genuinely. So, how much will the game cost? Can I pre-order it? There will be no pre-orders. I get that. The price will be revealed at early access launch. Why? Why specifically can I not gain that information beforehand? What is wrong with me gaining this information prior to its release? Have you not finalized the pricing for, like, per country? Is that what it is? You could still give just the US price and give us an estimation from that. Like, I genuinely don't understand this. Because I have been selling Steam library stuff to afford this game, right? All $65 there is money that I've done from selling. They might not be sure what to charge. They've got to know by now. There is no way in hell they wouldn't know. That's why I'm like, it's gotta be a marketing thing where, like, there's not fully ticked off the boxes, right? Like, I wonder if we go to Twitter, if there's any info about it there. Good God, why are you default to light mode? No, there's just nothing there about it. There's actually really little here. Wow, that's super disappointing. But yeah, no, that's why I'm like, I don't want to be mean. I'm just like, why? Why? I'd love to hear the answer as to why. I genuinely would. Because if I heard it, then I'd be a little bit more willing to be, like, not an asshole about this. But, and I feel being ultra negative about it, because I am. Like, I know I'm being ultra negative about it, is what I mean. It's just, I'm in a slightly unique state where next Tuesday, we're going to be given the price. If it is above the amount that I've already sold, I'm going to be really pissed off. I cannot understand why this would not be at a, like, no, like, why you would not give that information. Now, I want to stress, by the way, this is not me saying that I would be against it being a higher price. I'm against not knowing. If you told me this is $70, $80, I'll accept that. I'll take that and I'll deal with that. But not knowing whether it's like $50 or more. Just want a full-on blue ball. It kind of, like, it, I just don't understand the rationale. I just don't understand the rationale as to why you would not. let's see. They can also not want to promise a price now and then have it change. Get a lot of negative talk and stuff. That's my other guess. That's why I'm pretty sure what's probably happening is they're like finalizing the pricing information, and they're just getting all of the people ticking off, and then they realize that that would be done like basically a week or so before the thing. They're like, we're not gonna bother just showing it. I don't know. Because there's games that will just tell you. They'll give you a post about it. To keep the good vibes. I am a little fearful of that. That is something that I am, like, in the back of my head considering. And I know I shouldn't be. I know that that's, like... that's too negative, right? I'm trying to be optimistic about it, and I'm trying to understand that it's probably some shit behind the scenes with bureaucracy, that's like that process that makes it difficult. I was trying to be optimistic, but this is always somewhere in the back of my mind with things like this. Yeah, I mean, same, right? The fact that I said, like, there's a part of me that's thinking that, but I try and be optimistic. I openly admit I am someone that tries to be probably too optimistic for my own good. Sometimes. Especially nowadays, because I'd like to see the best in people, because I know people can be amazing. I truly believe everyone has more than the capacity to be an awesome person and do awesome things, and I will constantly try and think like that. Yeah, because I think I've been too pessimistic my life. I try and be more optimistic now. Though that optimism did get trampled on a couple of times, but you know, it is what it is. I'd prefer to try. Let's see. Alright, failure on this one, yeah. And the Godot man, my Godot is efficient. What horrors have you done this time, Roger? Dare I ask? Oh, oh, good lord. Do you dare? Yeah, do I dare? Because I have been seeing you doing the 3D space modeling stuff, which looks really good so far, by the way. I've been able to, alter the... God, my brain's actually having a moment. Like, alter basically the spatial values is very nice. Oh, let's do some art. You know what? I want to test something out, and I hope y'all will see what it looks like with me as well. Because I want to test this. Because I haven't made almost any of the UI, you haven't seen just how much is hidden under the hood for later use yet. Oh god. To be fair, that's also how I handle things. It's like, I just can't be arsed doing UI. I hate UI. I really do. Anything graphical, I would love for other people to do for me. Just never touch it. Never. Right. Made it entirely code assembled and modular. That would make sense. That would be a good way to do some of it. Okay. I have 2 new brushes to test out, and I don't know how to use them entirely yet. We'll see. So let's open up some art and test it on that. Let's test it on the one that everyone's been wanting me to do, and I haven't worked on, like, for way too long. Where are you there? Okay. So that's the new reference layer. Alright. We don't need most of the stuff from the rest of the layers at this point. Yeah. Okay. So how does this work? So I think it's this one I want to work with, or is it this one I want to work with? How does this... That's that. Interesting. Okay, so that's the one I probably want to work with. So, primary is the outline. So I need that to be black. And then this one, we'll just grab a thing. And then this would give me... Yeah. Okay. So if y'all are wondering what the fuck I'm doing with this, think of it like... Ooh, that's got a lot of pressure margin to it. Wow, that has got a lot of pressure margin to it. Okay. How do I best use this? Okay. I get better with how I want to handle this. Would I be able to... Okay, so should I explain this brush? Do y'all want to have a quick explanation of why I got this brush? The idea of it. Explain away. Okay, so the idea of this is, if you actually look at how, like, anime art is done, right? So let's look at Fullmetal for a moment. Very briefly. So if you kind of look at her, technically speaking, it's not just color and color, all across the board. There is an outline to the imagery, right? This is the case with, like, all anime imagery that you'll see. It's kind of what's considered anime style, is there is a black line on the outside. This is used to frame out a lot of things. It's a very core technique for all sorts. The idea is with this brush is that, as you can kind of see, I can shorthand it because it automatically puts this barrier on. So it should speed up a lot of processes. I'm just not very good with it. So I'm just trying out the settings for it and getting used to the idea of it. Seeing how effective it is. Free outline, yeah. Basically, it's the idea of it. I need to test it because I've seen it used really effectively, and I'm pretty sure I'm currently butchering how it's supposed to be used. Right, so we do that. It kind of fills in the space. Then it would be... So that'd be kind of the general idea for that part. Problem is, erasing it doesn't work well, does it? And I have to use multi-layers for each of the skin sections, because it would need to not sync up. You are probably doing something wrong. Oh yeah. Like, this brush here is a better brush for doing, these outside lines a little bit. Again, very, manga-esque, thing. So, if I minimize this a little bit. It has, good clean vectoring in. It also is really good for doing... like, harsh line there, and then much smoother line there. So, if I was to do this properly... it's a terrible rendition of it, but you know what I mean. That's the idea, anyway. It gives me a little bit better pulse control than the generic G-Pen does. Because where I saw this used, give me a second to pull up the Twitter that I got this from. That I saw this suggested at, and I followed it through. So this was the exact post that I used as reference point to finding this. Because this is what the person was doing. So here. Yeah, it's layer based. So it's not that I'm doing something wrong, it's kind of also that I'm fighting against like how they visually showed it. So if I was to do this, let's see, so I would do this, and then I would go back to this pen. That's too far. This is terrible looking already, but I'm using it as a reference point of what I'm working on to see if this works. So would I use this as a reference point for kind of what we were just showing? And if I was to put that on... Okay, so that makes a bit more sense. You just steady your hand with this. That's what I need to actually be working. God Lord. See, now that looks a little bit better. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it'd be doing that, and then, like, for example, on top of that, we'd do here. So, for example, we would get... Whoops, that's right. We're on the wrong layer. Right, new layer. So then we would do, yeah, okay. Hmm. Okay. I'm sure that, again, I'm sure there's a more efficient way of doing a lot of this, and there's a much more guaranteed way. For now, we'll just keep going with this. I'll brute force learning it. Because it's, again, my strokes are not very clean here. That's part of the issue as well. I've got to add more stabilization. How's that feel if I do that? Because I know too much stabilize can feel draggy. Oh god, that feels really weird. Again, welcome to another reason why Malith wants to get a better thing at some point. Tablet. So if I do this, and then I just do this... Okay. If we do this... It doesn't attribute. Okay. That's what I was wondering. Most of the time I spent to get better at art was actually spent learning what I could do with the program I'm using anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing a lot. Myself, I feel. That's why finding pins are kind of thing. Not on my $300 tablet, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, at the end of the day, if I was to suggest to someone that wants to kind of start getting into digital art, I'd probably still recommend the tablet I'm using now. But I would fully tell them I expect that if you get hyper serious about this, you will outgrow that tablet. That is the point. It's really a low cost investment for getting your toes into this. Like dipping your feet in. And it'll go a long way, right? I wonder if what was being done. I'm curious. I'm gonna look at that clip again that I had. Yeah, so they're sectioning the hair into different layers. So that's a mistake I'm doing here, is I'm not sectioning the hair. What I should probably have done is all of this would be done separately. Right? Like, I'm just gonna remove these. It'd just be that bit. I think we're actually starting to see the limitations of the pressure chart of my fucking pen. So I can't get as pinpointy as I would like. Which is why I shrunk the brush there a second ago, but then it was producing nowhere near what I wanted. Like, this is definitely a brush that would take me a long time to get used to, but I see this being really good long term, right? So it'd be that. So now if we just kind of like do that quickly. See, that is looking better. And then if I did that and then do whatever the fuck, that one. Alright, no. Keep forgetting that it's the sub color I need to adjust for. Actually makes coloring a lot easier and quicker once you get used to that. Yeah, like I'm seeing already so much potential speed like answers. I'll need to change some settings though. I can see that as well. Again, welcome to tools. You're supposed to tweak them as much as you possibly damn well can. But I am noticing, like, the, again, I don't know how obvious it is to you guys, but there are moments where I'm noticing the, basically the pen fighting me in terms of pressure. As I'm fighting between, like, two different pressure levels, and it's, like, they're just the same. Cool, so it would be do something like this, then it would be do something like this. And then there would be, say, I could just do that, yeah. Kinda like that. Need to get better with it. So yeah, here you go, by the way, in case people are wondering, these are the two brushes that I got, like you can see there. Come on, work with me. Could technically... Okay, so that's something I can do. That will speed up the process a little bit. Because then I can toggle this and it will just be the paint, yeah. But it will work alongside the programming of this one. Okay, so that makes that easier. So that is a loose idea there, and then... Okay, so then what we would go... So this is at the here level. No. And I keep forgetting that it's... Need to sub it quickly. Whoop. Technically, I could do that as a cheat. In some regards. There we go. Alright. Do you use automatic selection tools? What do you mean by automatic selection? Do you mean like your wizarding tools? So I do some of that. The problem is in this case, it doesn't work well because the barrier bit doesn't work with it. If that makes sense. Because if you're meaning, like, I can select like this, somewhat. I can do better selections, but... See? Because, yeah, if I we go back to the reference layer, and we say select this section here, and we use the brush, and I toggle it to the correct mode, you can see that it warps around this thing automatically. Right? It doesn't line up against the selection, it just doesn't do anything. That's kind of why I can't do that. I'm assuming there's better answers though. Like, again, this is where I'm like, I'm sure there's settings around this, right? Because this just looks very hazy. I'm not happy with this at all, right? But it's at least letting me learn. So I'm gonna folder these so I can toggle the visibility of it all very easily. There we go, it's gone. I wonder if there is just like straight up, if I googled settings for Clip Studio good for manga styled art, would get something. I think I'm gonna use this piece as my like testing ground for this, like these brushes. So this piece is gonna take fucking forever, because it's going to be me testing a bunch of stuff, seeing if I can change my settings to make things better. Even if it means it takes longer to do. I think it's the approach I might try. I have so many pieces I want to do, like for just private reasons, right? Like this one. Where it's just, that I want to do... Each time I do one of these non-work ones, I am trying to test something new. And I don't want to give up on the testing. I think that that tool's gonna, that art tool is gonna long term be a very essential thing for a lot of the styling that I'm doing. So how do I find better ways to use it? Or do I find better alternatives? Right? Because that could be the case as well. Just keep in mind, I do have this one, which is for much more manga edge lines. As well. Because this is the pen that I've been using a lot for my sketching, right? Because it's a really great sketch pen. Let's literally Google Clip Studio settings. Or styled. I'm literally just gonna Google this because I do this from time to time with stuff. Okay, so it's got a recommendation on the DPI. I assume I can probably edit that partway through. We can look. I don't even know if we've got that on. Canvas properties. Probably be under that. So it's saying 300. So I don't know what that's gonna do to the project. Oh, that's made it, like, much bigger. How's it going? It's going alright. Progress is being made, doing some testing out of some new tools, and I want to see, so what does this look like now? I think it's hugely changed. Ooh, that actually does work smoother now, though. Because we're testing out this new brush I found that basically, so anime style has an outline, and this kind of auto does an outline and it readjusts as you do stuff. So I'm trying to find if, like, the pressure margins for it and all that stuff. I'm also playing around with settings now because I want to see what we can get. And for clear, crisp lines, yeah, I mean, that's something I struggle with naturally, because I just don't have a lot of stability on my hand. Because, yeah, like, what I would do before is I would just try and kind of color in the sections like this, and then make sure the outlines was visible. Because then I can go through with the eraser and trim off the fat, for example. It does look quite nice of writing. Right? Just the way it curves through things. That's quite nice. Because I know this is one that a lot of people use for things. Not sure how effective it is for what I do. Like, I know that one gets used a lot. So that's M's, that one. Yeah. Because, yeah, lasso is also the other one that gets used a lot, because you just do that. For a section. I used to use like lasso a lot, but like I've never been good with the thing for it. Where's the music stopped? This was weird, okay. Okay, so it's cell shading color. This is a style that mimics how to do the. Grading FX. Just something I use a couple bits. Okay. Go to only editing layer. Yeah, well, I mean, that's how I use the fill tool most of the time. Let's have a little look. I think I had to turn that on for something else. Actually suggests anti-aliens. Okay. Okay. So, I might take this approach. We'll see how this goes. There was another tool I had at one point I wanted to test out. I wonder where that went. I guess it's not here. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of things I need to test out, good lord. I need to get better with my lines. Again, this is the difficulty with using digital and not having it right in front of me and having to look between the spots. Just trying to get the hand motion down. Because I don't look at my hands while doing this, right? Surprisingly enough, I can't look at my hands while doing this. My hand-eye coordination's great and all, but like, I also know my limitations. It's a reason why for a while when I was doing digital art, what I would actually do is I would sketch it in real life and copy it onto the computer with either taking a photo or scan it in. Yeah, I'm actually, like, so light on the trackpad that it's not registering my movements sometimes. It's so fucking painful to do some of this. Yeah, like, it's... Ah, I'm getting frustrated. God damn it. Welcome to the world of art, everybody, in case you didn't know. Getting there. Getting there. Okay, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I want to test something out, but I kind of need part of, like, more detailed and better looking draft to work off of. I had to work yesterday, utterly failed, quit, yep, it's the average experience, yeah. It is nice that this pen that I'm using currently has vectoring in it. Vector readjustment. So anyone that doesn't know what that kind of means, it basically takes what I've done and smooths it a bit. Which compensates a little bit for how shaky my hand is. I'm alive. That's something I can say. Right now I'm frustrated, but that's art. Okay, there we go. Feeling better, nose is still running. That's... At least you're feeling better. That's the main thing, right? But yeah, better go catch that nose before it gets too far away from you, though. Dad joke. That kind of works. Alright, nearly there, nearly there. Need a little bit more to work with before I want to test what I want to test. It's a style I haven't used in a while, and I remember being, not good at it, but it being really good looking when done correctly. Is that enough face stuff? No, I need a little bit more here. And then we need the other eye done. And a little bit more up here. I'll leave it probably at that. That should give us enough to work with for now for this. Give her her eyes. There we go. So work with this for now. Do this, and then how do I do? What pen do I want to use? Is it just the marker again? Try that. Okay, and then... That's a little bit there, to be over here. Most of this would be... Okay. So this is when we finish up with what we think. Then we erase. No, actually, I could probably just have the full part of the eye supposed to be done. Yeah, it looks as good as I was going to expect. Okay, then... something like that. Kind of that. Then... yeah. Something like that. Do you have any inspiration when it comes to your style outside of like general anime styling? Not anything grander than just whatever I see that looks nice. It's like, again, how I've learnt to start trying to do my art is the same how I do my handwriting, right? So my handwriting is like this, roughly. The reason my handwriting is the style it is is because I saw bits and pieces of other people's handwriting styles, and I was like, I like that, I want to do that. And it creates this amalgamated mess of handwriting that ends up like this. Right? Which a lot of people really like the styling that it is. I get a lot of compliments on my handwriting style. My handwriting style looks awful. Don't try and... It looks fancy, but when you actually delve into it, it is an inconsistent bastard. Actually try to do the same with a lot of things. It leads to mixed bags on it all. God damn it, that's the wrong one. Space. Um... No, that's not what I wanted. Sorry. Alright, I'll play around with that in a sec. Do you have any artists you often use as references? I mean, the easiest answer to check that is if I go to Twitter and then go look and see if there's anyone that I use as a consistent reference. Because, like, if we look through, right, so you can see, again, me liking for poses. Always gotta love when I find specific poses. Not really consistent. I'm trying to think of, like, the style I'm really trying to go after, though. Skipping past some, like, questionable shit. I think that's the benefit I've got, is that I've not got, like, a specific style I'm like, ah, yes, I want to achieve that. Like, would I like to achieve art that's of, like, this sort of style? Yeah. This would probably be a general kind of, if I was to answer, like, this is kind of what I want to be able to achieve. But, like, not quite that still. I don't have a specific thing, I think, anymore. Like, don't get me wrong, if you told me I'd be able to do art like this one day, fuck, I'd be happy. But I doubt I'm getting there. Not for years at this point, especially knowing that I'm not actively doing art enough. I guess, this person, regardless if they're an artist or if they're just, like, reposting, I'll see. It looks like they are the artist for these, because I know some of these pages could be. This is probably someone that I would argue, like, I would like to be able to do this style. Like, I think this is gorgeous quality. I like the way the lighting's done, which is something that I've been learning to try and do recently. I did this really well with the full Moko piece, I feel, as I started getting in that direction of blending different styles of lighting on skin. I need to work on clothing more, because I'm not quite happy with how I'm doing that. But skin, for example, here, if you look at the top of the thigh here, this is exactly what I've been learning. This here is sharp shadow, this here is soft shadow. Right? Like, it's got a sharp edge to the shadow. This is not. This, and then this does again. Like, it's because very clearly, it's like one of this is just the blending light shadowing around. One of them is like, this is actually cast a shadow onto this. And that's something that I've been trying to work with. But no, I do not have a specific artist that I would argue is my, like, go-to, this is how I want to do my art. Maybe that's something like, again, there's a good and a bad element to that, by the way, with saying I don't have a specific individual that I'm, like, kind of basing a lot of my style off of, because it means that I can't, like, just keep working at a singular style. I keep adapting to different styles, keep merging and amalgamating. I think long term that's going to result in a more unique style that's more me, but it's going to mean that the journey getting there is harder. right? I ran into an artist and fell in love with their line arts, but mostly do not safe work, so I don't use them too much as a reference. Do you mind sending me some of the line art? Because I'm actually curious. Whatever, like, anything you think is tasteful, even if it's via DMs if you're not comfortable sending it. But yeah, like, it's one of those things that, like, I'm just gonna have to keep working on this, and working and trying to, improve upon what I've got. I would love to be a great artist. It would be great, but, like, I'm also very cautious that my growth has to be much more organic than it had been in the past, because I don't want to have what happened to me when I was doing art at school and all that sort of stuff to happen again, which we've talked about that ad nauseum. But the shorthand of it is that, like, they saw that I was a good artist. Well, at the time they said, like, you're a great artist, you just need to have more confidence in yourself. So what we're gonna do is we're actually just gonna foster your ego when it comes to art. So you think you can, like, you think yourself better, so you draw to a better thing. Because this does work with people, by the way. Is to, like, if they think they're better, they'll elevate to that point. The problem was, I didn't ever get taught foundational skills. I fully learned everything myself, so anytime I had to learn something or improve upon something, it was such a slow, iterative process that when you've got a high ego expectation of yourself, that you're like, I have to achieve this, but I'm not, and you're stuck there for a long period of time, it is disastrous. And that's what kind of perpetuated. So that's why right now I'm testing out a bunch of different styles. I'm testing out the thing. Yeah, so this here, by the way, is why I actually like the shadow stuff, because you can take this away and you can still sort of see the shape. I like that. That's something I've always enjoyed. I'm gonna make another folder and dump these in here because I don't want to see them right now. It was just a testing of an experiment of a style that I'm not good with. But yeah, so I'm trying my best to improve. I mean, I still have, let me, just a sec. Where are they? Oh. Where's my camera? I want to show, like, exactly how serious I get with this stuff, by the way, in case people are, like, curious as to what kind of approach I have to these sorts of things. If the camera will actually sit. Yeah, that'll do. You're probably gonna see stuff I see a bit more of my floor than probably intended, but oh well. So these are books, once the camera turns on, that I have had for years. And I mean years. I bought these probably about the same time I bought this, the drawing tablet. This is several books about drawing, and kind of anime style, and manga style. Most of it's the same author? Yeah. So we have Aya Hassel for that one, which is drawing manga faces, expression and stuff. Then we have Christopher Hart for a lot of these. I'm not gonna say I recommend buying all of these, by the way. This is just how I work with stuff. I go through things, I analyze why does something work, what do I need to do to improve. You can learn quite a bit from some of these sometimes. It's kind of how I learnt, for example, I'm not going to show the full book because, again, if you are interested, you can look it up somewhere. But, like, with this one, you can see there's a lot of, like, shape language stuff to explore. And this is some of the stuff you see I do on stream still. Like, when I'm sketching up the character, I'll do, like, these generic things, I'll set up what's expected of these certain spots. And this just gives you kind of like some general expectations for things, how to do eyes, which is why I'm trying to work on some of that as well at the moment. What else is in here? The camera's fallen as far forward as it possibly could. Yeah, like it's talking about like where to do here and what ways to do here. Variations and stuff like that. But you can see, yeah, so the main one, so we've got drawing anime, drawing expressions and poses, general tips and tricks, 5-minute characters, so trying to do them speedily, and then, yeah, the manga faces one, which this one was actually quite helpful, I was gonna say. But yeah, I literally have these on my bookshelf. I pull them out from time to time to work on some stuff from them, but not anywhere near as much as I actually think I should probably be bringing them out. I am a very dedicated individual to my crafts when I get involved. Now to fucking put these goddamn back on the shelf. Alright, there we go. Alright, so you said to look at them off stream first, before I show anything. Let me have a little look at this Twitter. Let's see. Oh, well, I see what you mean with the not safe for work. Yeah, no, that is actually a really gorgeous line art. Good lord. I also could make a joke, that's penis. That's penis. That's penis. Nope. That was weird. But yeah. It's gonna be an ongoing thing with me. Like, I want to make an effort on this. It's, again, if I was able to stay up a little bit later and not be so fucking tired all the time, I know I would progress a lot more with my art. I just can't. I have a bad feeling that I'm still gonna probably be very sleepy after stream today as well. I already can kind of feel it. And we're already just 3 hours in a stream, and I'm already like, I could go for like a 4-hour nap right now. And I slept in as late as I could. I went to bed. I went to bed on the late side, but I also slept for like fucking 5-6 hours yesterday. You're already a solo dev for a game and a streamer. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem as well, is it's like, it's balancing... Streaming, it's at least fine, because it's like, there's a schedule point for it, right? Like, this is when I'm streaming, that's it. But like, the game dev and art are the problem, because they're competing in the same kind of category of like, this is something I need to work on and improve. The difference is with game dev, at least that's iterative, Jesus. And I can see the progression a lot more clearly to me, regardless of anything else. It's ones and zeros argument, right? Like, I can work with that a lot better than I can with art. Art, each piece takes me like somewhere between half an hour to 4 hours. So each time I work on one, it's like I can't iterate on it anywhere near as much as I would like to for how long I spend on it. It's why I make an effort to not spend too long on each piece. I mean, technically today I've done fuck all, right? I've just played around with a couple of different ideas and stuff. And that's fine. That's fine. This is why I think I do want to do more art on stream, like actual doing the art on stream. Because I want to force myself to do more, like, speedy things on it. And take more active, efforts towards it. It's just, yeah, no, it's kind of a fight of what takes greater priority, art or game dev. Game dev takes greater priority most of the time for me. But God, I just, And then there's working on the other game, right? The one that I'm doing the GDD for at the moment. This one, right? And it's doing the design stuff for this, which arguably this is just an outlet for me, because this is a creative outlet where I can dump a bunch of ideas, refine an idea a lot, and not actually work on it right now. Is the big thing. That reminds me, I need to actually finish updating how I write these stats, because these are like copy-pasted from my old doc. They don't have like the attack and health written out correctly. I've also been trying to fix the wording on a lot of these cards, because like when summoned is a big one. I've been doing that with whenever, because there was some that's like when this enters the battlefield, or when this enters the field. Yeah, here we are. When this enters the field. When summoned. Stuff like that. That just needs to be cleaned up, more consistent terming used. For things. That's something I need to really work on. Ugh. I get game dev's a priority, but art is also quicker and a distraction, right? Art is, sadly enough, I wouldn't call it quicker, but I would definitely call it a distraction. It's basically, I don't procrastinate much, per se. When I'm actually wanting to get stuff done, I'll get stuff done. You could argue you see very differently on stream. It's like, I don't want to do this thing. It's like, yeah, but it's because I can do other things and it's not bad for me to avoid doing the thing right now. I do procrastinate with game dev from time to time, though. But for the most part, it's like, I've had enough of game dev, I'm gonna go do some art for a bit, and I'll do art for like 4 hours, and whether that's commissions or practice art or whatever, it can be all sorts. Oh yeah, before I forget, since it's like a week away, because we're gonna probably do karaoke next week, anyone got any ideas that they want to put forward last minute for either this or future karaokes? I do kind of have an already finished list, but I'm probably going to have to move some around again because I didn't get anywhere near as much practice done as I would have liked, because like the first week of the month I had my fucking wisdom tooth pain and I couldn't sing. Second week I was fucking exhausted, and now this week I'm still fucking exhausted. So I haven't gotten anywhere near as much practice done. So that means I'm probably going to have to say no to at least one of the songs I've already got on my list. And I haven't locked in what I want to do as my meme song yet. I did have an idea for it, but I've forgotten. And it annoys me. But I do have a list of at least 9 in front of me. Like I said, with one of them potentially getting moved again. But yeah, like, singing's another one that's like, fucking, I keep forgetting to do it because I'm too busy either sleeping or other work, admittedly. Also, I think the music just stopped. Yeah, the music just stopped. I probably want something a little bit more on the relaxed side. Sure. Shrimp Miku. I don't think I can do fast songs at the moment. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I'll just enjoy your pain, but I'll let you know if I think of a meme song to propose. Hell yeah. No, I need to remember what the fucking meme song I wanted to do was. I feel like I listened to it recently. And that's why I thought about it. Oh! Y'all found, how have y'all found, if you've seen it, the Overwatch 2 Persona 5 collab? Have y'all seen any of the stuff towards that? I forgot to talk about that. It is tragic. However, I am potentially glad about one thing. Is that we might get the Persona curse of collabs occurring. I'm not interested in Overwatch, neither Persona. I mean, Persona 5 is a really fun game. Overwatch, I have... Again, the last time I played was when Ana got released in Overwatch 1. It was like the last time I kind of played the game was then. I have not played in a long time. I paid attention to a little bit of the release stuff and design stuff that they did, and just was not really ever truly impressed. I thought they did some things cool, but like the problem is that most of it's so forgettable to me now. They're like, eh. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a fucking moron. I'll just leave it at that for now. Man, I really wish I could read my own fucking writing. No. So, the collab has done, like, one of the fucking dumbest things, right? So, the characters... I want to also stress, and this is a thing on me, I fully accept this is an on me thing, two of the characters that are getting skins, I don't know who the fuck they are. By the way. Like, I'm just gonna say that now. And that's what I say by, like, that's on me. But I'll see if I can find a good imagery stuff about it. Because it's fucked up. There's one specific thing about it that's like the most fucked up. Well, there's a couple of things that are fucked up about it, but there's one thing in particular. See if this shows us what we're looking for. Alright, so that's the skins there, right? It doesn't show anything. That's fucking upsetting. See if I can just go to images and show some of this. So, point is though, you can at least see from this image, that's behind my head now, that the 5 characters chosen from Persona in here is Ann, Makoto, Joker, Ryuji, and, how did I blank? It starts with S. Sask? No. Wow. Let's not talk about that, whatever the fuck happened just there. My brain, froze. How am I struggling this hard with it? Yusuke, sorry. Yusuke, yeah. Alright. So, like I said, I have no idea who the fuck Life Weaver is or Wu Yang. But Wu Yang is Joker. Ryuji is Genji. Yeah. Ann is Mercy. Yusuke is a Life Weaver. Again, I can't comment to that. And then fucking Makoto is Diva. So this means the character in the game that is like the I want to play video games and I can be in a mech suit. Man, it's own. There's definitely no character in Persona 5 that's like their persona is something that they're inside. They're actively the computer hacker and gamer of all of the group. They, in fact, spend a lot of their time, like, talking shit and, no, there's definitely not someone that's their navigator that basically would fit Diva to a T, right? No, there's definitely no one like that. Anyway, so this has already gone under some fair controversy, I would argue, just by design-wise. Also, the animations for, like, play of the game, I think it is, or whatever, they're so bad. They're so bad. They do the poses, but the problem is with Joker is he's grabbing the glove through his sleeve. Like, it's actually, you see him grabbing at the glove through the sleeve. Right up in front of you. If you can't see it here, obviously, but, like, the sleeve doesn't go up as far. Anyway. With that being the case, are you ready for the price of this? We've just complained about all of this. Are you ready for the price? That's the thing that's the most wild about this. So the price is this much Overwatch things, right? Do you want to know what that translates to? That's about $60 US. The full bundle for this skin stuff is about $60 US. So that'd be about 80, 90 New Zealand dollars. Nearly 100. So we're just gonna have a little fun with something, right? So for about the same price as the bundle, I could buy Persona 5 Royal. For skins, I could buy an entire thing of the game they're from. 5 skins and all of the other shit that comes with it. Yeah. So, needless to say, I am hoping that the curse keeps curing, where there's a curse that, like, within, I think it's like 6-8 months of a collab with Persona, a game shuts down and dies. I'm hoping that curse maintains. Because holy shit, that's definitely on that egregious side for me. On pricing, right? Like, again, I'm willing to defend cosmetics a lot of the time to an extent. Because it's like, it's a cosmetic, it's an opt-in cost. There is a higher premium cost put to it on a purpose because you're, like, not buying the game. But I am basically buying a AAA game worth of 5 skins. I cannot understand how the price condones... Like, the quality condones the price. Because, again, as a soft reminder, the higher the price, the more of a premium you're trying to offer with it, right? And the idea is that the higher the price, the more premium it feels, so it feels more important. But the moment you go too far with it, especially if your quality doesn't match up, the worse it can look. I genuinely feel that that game has gone too far with that. I think they could have charged like $20 US less, and it should have been much better of a thing. But the fact that, like, the base Persona 5 is significantly less than that. We looked at Persona 5 Royal, which is basically the base game plus expansion and DLC and everything. And it goes on sale fairly good, frequently and for fairly good pricing. So, I don't fucking know. I really don't fucking know. Ugh. I thought I'd bring that up as just a discussion thing for, like, how I looked at it and I was like, that seriously is bad. But yeah, no, I'm just sorry. I thought I would. I just can't. I just can't with some of the fucking lush companies of that. It's so dumb. If you're not singing Shrimp Miku, can I sing it for you? Oh my god. I don't. Because I kind of listened to it on stream. I need to remind myself what Shrimp Miku sounds like fully. Soon, TM, your opinion doesn't matter. Yeah, like, it's frustrating when it comes to a lot of this stuff, because I'm like, I fully accept the fact that I am not the market for this stuff. I am someone that doesn't earn a lot of money. I am very picky about how I spend it, and I would much prefer physical products than digital products. Again, Magic's a great example of this. Like, if I was to put money into digital games, I would probably put them into Warframe and Star Rail at this point, and not much else. And that's because it's like, those are free games that I have played hundreds of thousands of hours in. I'd be a bit more willing to, but at that same time, there is an aspect of, like, it's actively supporting the developers, which is the same with this in a sense, but, like, they give me shit, not just skins. Say that I'll sing it anyways, whether you like it or not. Hell yeah. I don't know, it's a painful, like, situation to be in with a lot of these, like, AAA studios, because it's like, I just don't understand what is so good about that approach, where you charge that kind of price point for these things. Like, how much do you truly benefit from this? They optimize it, everyone less poly, yeah. Like, it's... I don't know, I feel like this is a collab that I would personally be kind of excited about if I was in Overwatch, like if I played Overwatch. But I feel like I would be so disappointed at that price point. Because it just doesn't feel like it's something I can engage with. And I think it's simply the point that I want to come to with this is that I think AAA gaming has inflated to such a degree that these price points are necessary. Not even that they're like good or bad, it's that they're necessary in a sense to justify taking these large scale actions. Right? Like the amount of people that worked on that project, on those projects. Again, I don't want to shit talk the people that work on it. The people that developed and did the art and did the modeling, did everything like that. I have my gripes with the stuff, like I said already, with Joker's final animations, just not right. Their faces also look a bit weird a lot of the time. Just because it looks like the characters are in cosplay. But it's also, it doesn't look like the character. It's weird. I don't quite like it sometimes. And it is the weakness that AAA has. Is that it has to keep charging more and more to justify the size and everything of these sorts of games. And I'm just wondering if it's not a stage in time where it's, maybe we should stop there needs to be an effort to stop looking at the stuff as hugely monetary and start trimming down on things so stuff doesn't cost so much. Because, like, the problem is that we hear, like, we hear about, like, companies letting go a lot of people because the company's not making enough money. The problem is that then they lose a lot of, like, veterancy with that. There's all sorts. My biggest issue is we're at a stage where I feel that there is an effort that should be made, not to, like, get rid of people for those sorts of reasons, but to just go, like, okay, how do we minimize operating costs? In general, so we can keep our people around, but also keep our prices a bit lower. Because as the prices keep climbing, the harder it is to get your game, and the harder it is to get your game, the less money you're gonna actually make long term. Right? That's eventually what it results in. No, wait, what if I do... We'll go with that. Okay. That should change up the All Dragon to being way better and way more interesting. Sorry, I was just like very focused on that design idea and playing around with it. Okay. All Dragon. Big dragon. Big godlike dragon. This is basically the king of dragons. Right? The idea of it is it's supposed to focus on the dragon blessings, because there's blessings for each of the factions. The core 3 factions. This is fully, by the way, based off of the Elder Dragon in Legends of Runeterra and the Dragon in Magic the Gathering, right? That's where all of the inspiration for this card comes from. In fact, you'll literally see it if you look at its 2 mechanics separately as the different things. So the idea is that it costs more than you can normally cast it for. It is a very big body of a 10/10. And then but the thing is, it costs less for Dragon Blessings. If I change it how it works, so while this is in its Legend Zone or on the battlefield, when you would gain a Dragon Blessing, this also receives it, right? Which is quite potent. So I've changed this to being like, so this costs less for all the Dragon Blessings it's gained. So it means that you want to get a few and like you'll get a bunch of them, you'll have them, gathering them, and then it will cost a lot less. And then this mechanic, which is the Dragon based mechanic, but way more silly. It removes one mechanic, but makes it like stronger in the other part of it. When this deals damage to a player, summon target dragons from your hand. So you can select any number of your dragons in your hand and just dump them onto the board. All of a sudden for free. Which is insane when you think about it. Right? The weakness is that theoretically that means that you may have used up your combat of that turn. So, that is a weakness, in a sense. But I fully expect this to, like, I want this card to feel fun to play, because I fully expect this to be one of those legends a lot of people end up playing, purely because it's dragons, right? It's big fucking dragons. Like, big fucking dragons and big fucking dinosaurs are a very popular playstyle. Same with big fucking demons. And yes, I am calling them all like that because that's the case. Yeah, some people like their imps and their all that sort of stuff, and that's great. But people really love their big stuff, right? I probably could phrase a lot of the all dragon better. It also, ironically enough, because it's going to have an effect about it being in the legend zone and gaining stuff, it is also still another soft reference to it being the Ur-Dragon, right? Because the Ur-Dragon's one of the Eminence commanders in Magic. There we go. I'm probably raising the power level of some of the, like, boss, creatures a little bit. It's kind of the idea, though. Again, anything that has Elder in it is supposed to be, like, it's a boss. It's a boss mob. Oh, yeah, this is one that I did recently. Y'all guys like the idea of this? So this is the Guild Receptionist, which is, this creature has +1/+1 for each unique right cast or level achieved. So I do actually have an example text here because I know this is on the more complex and weird side. This is, if you have 2 rights in your deck with 2 levels, you would get a total of +6/+6 once completing them both. Right? So if we go look at rights, in case people are forgetting them, they basically have stages, right? So stage 1 is its initial stage. So it's like, I cast it, it's at stage 1. I beat stage 1, I get a reward. It goes on to stage 2. So the idea is that you would get 3 total things from it. I guess I should probably phrase it as instead of cast. Yeah, let's go change that up a bit. Because if I say it like that, there's an argument to be made that technically it should be another +1/+1 for each one because you've achieved a thing. So for each unique right level achieved or completed. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. There's an argument to be made that, like, it's because the rights are based off quests in Hearthstone. Specifically the quest lines that they do in that. What was that? Don't worry about it. So that's why it's a guild receptionist. there's an argument to be made that right doesn't make as much sense. With that being the case, for the guild receptionist, I could change the term from right to quest or quest line or bounty or whatever. But I'm gonna leave them as rights because that makes a little bit of sense. I don't know. I'm worrying about it. It was awesome. Do it again. Nah, you gotta pay me for that shit. That's for the other kind of streams. I mean, what? Fine. Oh, god damn it. That's not what I mean. Alright. Good job, you played yourself. I wasn't God. This is the problem I have with people that actually do fucking commit to the bits like that. God damn it. How do I respond? I say that as a way to deter, not to encourage. No, whenever my voice breaks a little bit, I just tend to do a weird screech in, like, the most thing. That's what mainly that noise was. That's why I do the sort of thing. It's partly because I was fucking leaning back so much that my throat was collapsed. Surprisingly enough, you tend to not speak correctly when you're doing that. It's Tarzan. That's all it is, right? Oh, no, it's funny enough to commit, that's fair. No, can we talk about that one Tarzan thing, though? Wait. I still think about this. Right? It's just this fucking meme here. Motherfucker, what is going on with this? Is this man's is holding on to this girl? Oh god, that is a terrible image. Let's see if I can find, like, of slightly better quality. Surely we can find a higher quality image. No, it doesn't look like it because the internet's not existed for... But yeah, no, point is, this man's is holding on to his woman with both hands, but he's also holding on to a vine. What is he holding it on to with it? That man's holding on with the fucking force of his ass. He is the strongest ass you will ever see. But cheeks together strong. But I do like that it's just considered rolling around. That is a way it could be read. I'm trying to even think if there's like any funny trail for it. It's getting more attention there in my life. Yeah, that line's getting more action than I've been getting for like the last fucking year or two. God damn. George, George, George of the jungle, watch out for that tree. Now that's gonna be stuck in my head for like a week. God damn it. And you find a little tree, hung in its branches of the many sides of me. I gotta play around with the music again. That's one of the songs I want to practice some more. Like, Time to Feast is a song I really enjoy, and I just really want to work on it. Because what, at this point in time, there's, on my list, it's 5 songs I've sung before and don't really need to practice. And then it's 5 songs that I need to practice, and some of which are because I've not done them on stream before. That's the idea, right? Is it 5? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2... Oh, it's 4 that I've done that I need, that I'm fine with, yeah. Because, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. What do I have in my last list that is interesting? I could always do I Am All of Me again. That was a fun one. I am all of me. This is my destiny. I am all I am. You have to listen to me. And be set you free. Gotta love that one. I need to go download a couple of these soon, though, so I can actually properly practice some of them. What meme song do I want to do? Oh, there's so many fucking choices, because there's already a list I have. Like, I've got minimum of, like, 4 that I have, but I'm like, one of them, nowhere near skilled enough for. Same with another one. Another one I want to leave for a little bit longer, and another one I'm like, I feel like I need a specific energy for it. The meme song's always the hardest to decide. I'm gonna have to spend, like, all of today doing the stuff for that. I think today's gonna be mostly music and, like, a bit of art. And it's gonna be how I handle today. Can you tell us what meme songs you have written down overall? I mean, it's mostly your guys' suggestions, right? Like, that's the thing you got. Like, there's only, what, 2 songs off the top of my head in the 4 that are not suggestions from you guys. One of them was a suggestion from a friend. One of them was a suggestion that I put forward that I would like to do because I listened to it and it would be a really funny song to do. But I can tell you that 2 of the songs on this list are songs that were suggested all at once. One of which is a secret one, because it has to be secret for it to be funny. I guess that could be... No, that wouldn't be a meme song. But I do agree, you guys have suggested quite a bit, so I do understand that that's, like, it is a little ambiguous, but it's kind of the charm of it, right? If you don't know what it is, then you have to be surprised by it. I guess technically if I've got this song written down, I probably should write this other song down. But again, that one's gonna require a lot of practice. So out of pocket. I mean, there was one I did listen to the other day, but it was like a 30-second long thing, so it's like, it doesn't feel quite as funny. Oh, I could always put that one in. That one would be funny. I would get in so much trouble singing it, though. Oh, there's a temptation. Oh, no, that would be an interesting song. I will write it down, the one I'm thinking of right now, but I'm not going to say it's getting done because there's a chance I would get hard fucking destroyed by it. There we go. Just saying the body is honest. Yeah, I can write that one down. Poor thing. Brain power. I don't think I am physically capable of ever accomplishing that song. I need to put on a filter for that, right? Like a hell of a filter. Brain power. Fucking Gangnam Style. No. No, that'd be a funny one. I made a joke about that the other day. It's like fucking people that, sing Gangnam Style, but they only sing, like, the English lines. And they're, like, the main chorus point. Because that's all they fucking know. The amount of times that would be how you'd, like, how it was at a party is very funny. Hmm. How's your idle practice going, or standstill? It's mostly a standstill because, like I said, I haven't been able to practice for the last few weeks as effectively as I'd have liked. I didn't get to practice at all at the beginning of the month because of the wisdom tooth, and I've been exhausted so much recently that I haven't been. Which is why it's like, I would really like to do it. I want to see where I'm at after this weekend, whether or not I'm going to do it, is basically my answer. Because I don't think it's unlikely that I can get to the point where I'm content with how I'm singing it. But I might not be able to quite get there. We will see. Do Mesmerize one day? I mean, I can't promise. Like, I still have my list of ones that I would like to do long term. Mesmerizer would be kind of fun. Like, one day I'll have to sit down and actually find a song that I also want to try and, like, learn to do a cover of. Like, really intensely do a proper cover of. They'll probably be, like, still a year or so away, I would assume, at minimum before I even attempt to do it. But it's something I would like to work towards still. Can't think of any memes right now. Yeah, like, that's kind of the problem. I think I'm also, like, brain fried. Low food. Because it is now, like, 10 to midday, and I ate dinner last night. I didn't eat breakfast today. So, well, no. Let me correct how I ate yesterday. I was very naughty. I ordered some food, right? Because I didn't have anything else to eat. So I decided to order some burgers from, like, Carl's Jr. Now, we get, like, specials, like, spend $30 and get a free thing. I saw at Carl's Jr., they had spend $30 and you get, like, a free pack of, like, their star-shaped, like, chicken nuggets and, some chips with it, right? Like a little snack pack thing. Now, keep in mind, $30 here is not hard to spend. I bought a burger box that had a really biggish burger, some onion rings and some fries, and then a second box that had a cheeseburger, a chicken burger, and some fries in it. And that was enough to get all of that. I, in my infinite fucking wisdom, ate pretty much all of that in the space of about like 2-3 hours. Now, if you know how the human body works, you know that the stomach stretches when it can and when it needs to. And also, if you don't eat a lot, it tends to shrink a little bit. What the fuck do you think happens when I shove 3 lots of fries, some nuggets down, some onion rings, and 3 fucking burgers? I fucking hurt. As I was eating, I think, the first burger, I'm like, I'm gonna overeat, aren't I? This is gonna be pain. So that's why I'm, like, not actually that hungry right now, because my body's still recovering from eating, like, 3 people's worth of food. When I normally only eat 2 people's worth of food. You're an idiot? I indeed am. The problem is, I have that mentality where it's like, I have food, I must eat the food. I'm like super scavenge energy, where it's like, I must eat because I have it. So yeah, no, I ended up eating a shitload of food that way. Like, way too fucking much food. Oh, okay. Can someone answer a question for me? What the fuck is Laboobos? Or Lafufus? Or whatever the fuck they're called? Because, like, I've seen stuff about this for, like, a month or so. I'm like, this shit is... I don't know what the fuck these are, but, like, holy shit, they look demented as shit. At least you're not starving or something? Yeah, I mean, that's something. Again, I go from the extremes. Call me maybe, harder, better, faster, stronger. Oh yeah, Daft Punk thing? Yeah. All-Star would be a fun one to do. I'd probably get copyright struck fucking hard, though. Yeah, but no, I don't know what the fuck these Labubu Lafufu fucking things are. Like, I don't understand it. Is it, like, it's clearly a trend. It's clearly a trend. I get that. I get that it's a trend of a thing. And trends of things often pass me by, and I'm left completely confused. But... oh my god, I just saw something on Twitter that I want to share. Bunnies or some shit? Yeah. And saying Labubus is some weird Chinese. Y'all agree with this post here? Oh, apparently Discord, fucking OBS has died a quick little bit there. Alright. Here we go. Though. So this is, apparently something posted, again, it's very much a joke. Big VTuber tip. Viewers hate overly humble streamers. To help your community feel more comfortable, you should demand donations from chat. Ban anyone that remotely criticizes you. Develop a huge ego and insult your friends behind their backs. This will guarantee success. Clearly, I'm doing it wrong. I've done none of these. I mean, arguably, I had an ego before. I didn't develop one. hey chat, can I have money? Yeah, it is that kind of energy. Oh, I updated my warp tracker for Star Rail. I'm gonna be finishing up soon, so I might as well just be fully, like, everywhere. I finally updated my warp tracker. Do you want to see how bad my warps have been? Like, I think last time I showed this, where was it up to? I'm trying to think what the warp tracker would have shown. I think the last one was Fei Xiao, right? I think that was the last one it showed up to. Are you ready? No, let's show other things first. So here is the character collab one. So this is the specialty one for the event. You can see in 74 pulls I got Saber. Pain. I luckily enough only in 5 pulls got the light cone, which is nice. In Stellar Warp, I've been doing with it again. Like, again, I got Moment of Victory recently. That was kind of rough after 75 pulls. Light cone, I'm not doing too bad. I do keep winning on the light cones for the most part. Right? I can't complain too much with that. I have lost 3 times out of all of the warps I've done. So, that's something. To be fair, this is a much higher rate. That's the point. But like these two, not too bad, right? And the greens. Are we ready to see the character event warp? So again, the last one would have been, I think, Fei Xiao that it showed. So that would have been this one here. Now, I'm pretty sure this is displaying wrong because you have a max pity of like 90. So I think what's happened is it's taken this one and put it on this one as well. Or it's taken something else. So we'll ignore this one, thinking it's probably half of what it is. Still kind of rough. Because Cass, Bailu, Cypher, Sele, Firefly. I'm still losing, like, constantly. Apparently the 50-50 win rate is much higher percentage-wise than 50%. According to generic statistics. I am the fucking outlier. My shit sucks. My average pity is 60. I hate it. I fucking hate it here. Yeah, so Sailor was me attempting to go for Finon. I went 76 in. That's not even a joke. Like, I went from literally, we hit Cypher, I stopped. Went all the way to 76 and got a fucking loss. And the only reason I got Cypher was it was a fucking guarantee because I lost to Bailu when I was trying to get, Hyacinth. Yeah, now something's wrong here. I don't know what's going on here. Because it can't be that. Just to get... yeah. This is all really rough when you think about it, though. I am not lucky in this game. Like, I've been lucky once or twice. The vast majority of the time the game puts it in my ass. I suck. I really do. It is a skill difference, after all. So clearly all I need to do is I need to generate enough money to fix my RNG. That's the only way to solve this problem. Again, Hoyo, if you ever want to collab, almost all the collaboration money going right back to you, Chief. Yeah, no, this is rough, man. This is just rough. I'm currently still trying to decide if I want to get the next get fucking Evernight as well. I know I want to get E1 S1 Danhang, but we already get a free Danhang, so I only need to hit one Danhang and one Lycone. But I wanted to decide if I want to get Evernight. This really sucks. It does. It's actually sad, right? Like, my RNG sucks. You're supposed, like, very clearly, the design of it is you're supposed to sit in the yellow range. I'm sitting at, like, a hard yellow range at best, but that's because I get, like, random bullshit where I get shit like Aventurine here, or I just get this. And that's loss, win, win, but all of these on 70 plus. It's quite rough. No, does this have... What is this? This is info on some of them. Is Hyacinths. Oh yeah, you can actually see what E level everything is at. Oh, you can even see the dupes. I have E27 Hook. I have E30 Paler. Oh, Jesus. That's fucking rough, buddy. Oh, that's kind of rough. That's kind of rough. Yeah, Hanya, I think I've gotten her to E5, E6 now? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I've got pretty much everyone at E6 now. That's like 4-star. Also, can we just stress, by the way, how fucked this game is? This is the 5 stars, this is the 4 stars. For the love of God, Hoyo, surely you can make more than 4 stars, right? Yeah, there are some characters I'm sad that I skipped. Fuge is one of them. I'm sad I didn't get a Hyacinth. I would have really liked a Hyacinth. Oh, this also doesn't show if I just own them? Or something? Because I have Sunday and Trippy. I'm also much higher in Clara than that, I'm pretty sure. I don't think this tracker works correctly. The good MC, someone makes up for it, yeah. I mean, there's, Honey Hunter, I think is the site, right? Yeah. Honey Hunter. This is the site for, like, getting info from the upcoming stuff. I'm still not... Again, the problem is that you can't fucking understand some of the shit written. I think Evernight is supposed to be a remembrance support that's a crit, like, support. To my understanding of what her kit is. Because, like, this shit's just hard to read eventually. And hard to, like, understand. But I'm pretty sure she is just like, I give crit damage to your team. And does, like, ice damage. Because it's like, yeah, it's, increase crit damage of all ally memo sprites. If every is on the field, restore HP. Yeah, so it's crit damage to all memo sprites. Or all allies, and I think that transfers over to their memo sprites is kind of the buff idea. I'm not sure, actually. Is this good with Casterus? Because that would be the only reason I kind of wanted her, right? I need to look up, like, how she is, because I know I want the Dan Hang. Like, again, I cannot stress enough, Dan Hang is 100% going to be an E1, S1 action. Because his fucking signature light cone, holy shit. No, real talk. So, Dan Hang is like, Aventurine in some regards, right? Like, it's very, shields and has, like, a summon that does follow-up damage. More like Thunderlord, not a Remembrance Memo Sprite. Sort of thing. But it has a lot of, like, that sort of stuff going on for it all. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. But yeah, like, trying to read some of his shit's just, it's so much. But he's an attack scaling defender? So, would be nice with having him, but the thing is, right, so he does a lot of shielding. He's a decent shielder. His fucking light cone. Whenever the wearer, increase the wearer's attack, when they use ultimate, restore HP based on its attack to all allies, and then restore an additional amount to the lowest health ally. And then grants a bonus which gives more damage, if they have summons especially. Like, this is an insane support. Like, genuinely, this is insane. I need to look at what the predicted teams are so I know kind of where they're sitting and see what, like, people are limit testing. But, you know, I thought I'd show the warp tracker because I fixed that up this morning. And I was like, oh, it's bad. Oh, my warps are bad. Needless to say, I'm fairly unlucky in that game. But, well. Nonetheless, though, I think I'm gonna finish up here for today. You're just that bad, exactly. I think I'm gonna finish up here for today, because like I said, I'm feeling a little bit hungry now. I'm feeling tired. I'm gonna try and see if I can have something to eat, and then pass out for, like, hopefully a shorter amount of time, and then do some singing practice and everything. Because I'm just, yeah. Here's hoping. Do a triple 180 in Minecraft for bonus luck. Clearly I need to do something. Like, I don't have summoning rituals or anything because I know they're just... It's just tricking your brain, right? But hey. But yeah, no. So, with that being the case, I know we did fuck all today, but again, that's kind of the point. It's good. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.